Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So good morning. I heard the council wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you come on over to sidebar?
All rise.
You.
Only fan, only fan, only fan. 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 Only fan, only fan, only fan.
You are unmuted.
All right, why don't council come on down? Yes, please.
This should be 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. What? You absolutely did not. Come on. No.
All rise, we are executing. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things, and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no. All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, There's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Ms. Giannetti about what they want you to look at, and then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you in what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. You have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is it's April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements in the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, there's a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in of photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Giannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. Just stand next to it. Just size it up. To take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, follow me.
Goodbye.
Love you, Linda. Love you.
Courthouse.
especially when I was working in Pennsylvania. I was just going from one area to the next.
Yeah.
I need like a playlist.
Yeah.
Like, only listen to a handful. I'm not opposed to them. I think that I need to get more into because sometimes the music is just like, all right,
I'm done.
10 hours of music. And I don't want to
Exactly.
listen
Sometimes
to new
music gets old, so you...
That's too much music.
Yeah.
I used to drive back and forth to Virginia for school, and I had to get quite a bit of podcasts going.
Yeah.
What are you going to get? Battery?
Yeah. We'll say 13 lines on the right side of the console.
Okay, here's your mic.
Yep.
What are the,
Your battery?
Yeah.
Oh, I have the key. I have the
Yeah.
key, I think. Actually, I don't know.
Nope, they're right here.
Okay.
It's in the back. Thank you.
So you never listen to any podcasts? Just
nice music usually. I listened to like a hockey podcast for a while, but then it got to a point where I was like, all right, there's only so much as I can listen to, you know?
There's a good podcaster slash YouTuber. His name's Mr. Ball, and he does like true crime stories.
Okay.
He's really good. He has like a medical mystery one, which I really like, and then like a regular true crime podcast. Mr. Ballin, he's
Mr. Ballin.
Mr. Ballin, like Ballin, like
Ballin.
Yeah, and he's just a really good storyteller. And the other one I do is Smartless, which is Jason Bateman, Will Arnett.
Yeah, they're funny.
And they do a podcast where they bring each one of them will bring in a surprise guest each week, and they interview them. It'll be usually somebody super famous.
Okay.
So this is Mr. Ballin here.
Okay.
Yep. And this is Smartless here. Sean Hayden's the other guy.
Okay.
Like they just did one with Jeff Goldblum. They have ones with like Peyton Manning and Bill Burr, Mark Hamill. Come in. I don't know.
I need to upgrade the battery. Like, come on.
That battery
I have batteries
12
that
years
will
old.
last in like 40 minutes.
This thing is 19 years old. The present one.
Crazy.
You know, and this is like if I run out, that's on them.
Yeah.
You know?
I got to that point at the end where it's like, you know what, I'm going to do the best I can to put myself in the best position, you know?
Right, but sometimes you guess wrong. You know? Because you can't do everything. You got to pick and choose.
Exactly.
Oh my god. That bagel. Here right now. A day? Spend that. I love that.
Check and make sure you're going to still red. Does it say stop?
Yeah. It's only like $340.
I'm asking again if Karen even went.
I bet.
major switch up from
Major
thriller.
switch up, but I'm trying to be, you know, a little bit more intellectual. And it was good. I mean, it's historical fiction, so it's like it's fake. It's like a fake story, but it's about like the Vietnam War era. This one's like post-Vietnam War era that I'm reading right now.
Okay.
So it's interesting, but there are like good storylines in it.
You
So
know what's funny? My father works for a company in Braintree. They're like, they make Simmons, they make shower valves and faucets. And they were like the first company
like
that didn't have hospitals. It's like one faucet.
Mhm.
So that was a huge patent that becoming like the guy who owned it sold it for like
$100 billion.
I don't know. They were a mile away a while ago. I'm just trying to find out why we haven't seen anybody go back inside.
Apparently he does
Yeah.
Interesting. Love novel, romance.
They could have gotten here already and gone in the back, but there's no way to know for sure.
Could have gone in the back.
Yeah. Maybe here, yeah.
Call Jess and sort of keep an eye on You're here Monday through Friday next week? On the monitor, let me know if they start /she's there, because we're waiting out in front, in case we walk to the front, but I doubt it, there's that's the back. Initially, right now. Let me know once they start. Let me know like if she's there. So I'm looking back. Okay, perfect. Just send me a text. Okay, bye. Just saw her
They're
lawyer
already in.
5 minutes ago, like downstairs.
Oh, they were in.
I would still wait though. Just
Yeah, just in case. Now during the trial, especially when we're outside of
yeah. What was I gonna say? They turned the fan on apparently, so they might be starting to
I love how the fan.
The fan is the indicator.
The fan is a character.
Right. Reports will be coming back, so that means that.
Oh yeah, that means they're done. These are my tells.
So now, do they have a doc crew here this time? Doesn't seem like they do.
HBO?
Crew? Yeah.
I haven't seen the guys yet. Did you see them?
I saw them, I think it was like
Tuesday.
Maybe they're just gonna film a little bit and then get a final like episode or something.
Yeah.
Maybe
Use all of our stuff.
Yeah. I can see it.
Hi, how's it going, guys?
I don't know. Oh, we were behind them. Oh, yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if you saw them. Yeah.
So are you in there?
I'm like kind of checking everything. Like, so I'll go in, hold the spot, get the line first. Actually, if we're on the list, so it's not in line.
Yeah.
But it's kind of looks like I would like get clear. Did I tell you that? I would clear after.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, Epperson Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I am the Chief of Pathology and the Laboratory Medical Director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
And what did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. You know, if they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will proceed to introduce and admit the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Thank you. Exhibit 36.
Excuse me.
That's
Thank you.
Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and it's every hospital should have the same policy where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So,
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yep.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There is no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency, and then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with a phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologist will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
Oh, R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach on?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents again, if you could just look at that and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Submit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
Okay. And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? No objection. All right, thank you. Exhibit 37.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Your Honor, may I return to the doctor?
Yes.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
Can you agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team. to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you. I'll ask some additional questions to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive, it's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right?
Say that again.
Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional questions about NADH and we'll go there.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this. Maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do. We take the patient's sample, and it's based on. We add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there, and what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light and there's physics and looks at 340 nanometers, and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient's sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so
You've
serum
reached your
testing
limit on
can
talking.
be subject to errors,
Shut
right?
the fuck up.
And there are limitations.
You've reached your limit on
There are some
talking.
limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of
the
serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia. That can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous make their own alcohol. So very rarely some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own. So we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid, that can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor. I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hematoma.
Yeah.
If I could just
go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid, or LDH, actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's...
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which,
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't, no.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration in whole blood?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, Doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low, normal levels, slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have, you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Swallow that off over here.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass, and I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago, and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
Oh, I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training?
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic?
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations?
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
The engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley?
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time, so he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call, and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure, it's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient whether voluntarily or involuntarily because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're on scene first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, it was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
So you and Firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor, her temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection. I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said, but that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Honor. I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there, still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
And remind me, you were in ambulance 2?
Two. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door,
Correct.
had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it was more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time, I did not.
Okay. Have you, by the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who was that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation, I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time, when you're interacting with Miss Reed, that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So, hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct. For her. For the defendant. Some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital, I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation?
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
Okay.
You know, I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's
we
what I was trying to get at.
couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam?
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call we jot down notes on a notepad, just so when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I did.
in anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
The grand jury was before. Yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
All right, don't mind me, folks, interrupting your moment of silence as we enjoy a sidebar. Michel Bryant here for Justice Served TV. Right down the street, you can see the lovely dome. There it is over there. A little bit further out of the way today. It's a little more packed. I was at the jury view this morning, so I had really bad parking. That's the bottom line. We're going back. We're going to have a break between the
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase, her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her, and one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details than, there was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Bryant?
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
Okay. And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m.
Right.
Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30?
I did not know.
Or 12:15?
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes. Right.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection. Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell the grand jury? So she
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
So obviously using this first responder to, if you're the prosecution, paint that picture that Karen Reed was, I think they're using this whole series of questions and these different witnesses that were there that night to reflect on Karen Reed's demeanor and what she said to suggest some sort of consciousness of guilt, that she was regretting what had happened earlier in the evening, which led to, in their argument, the death of Officer John O'Keefe. That's what I believe they're working on here, and that's why Brennan is getting into the grand jury testimony, because the complete answer that Alan Jackson did not elicit from the witness is better for the prosecution. I'm assuming we will get to it, depending on what Judge C has to say about that. So this is definitely going to be winding down into the lunch break. I'd be surprised if they have another witness between now and the normal lunchtime of 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. And so we're going to cover a few different things. Looks like they're going to get ready to wrap this guy up. That's my guess anyway. So let's go back in.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes last words. But there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
your
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection. I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13? Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents. Please bring all of it.
All right, we can see where this is going. If you were the prosecution, you believe that word argument is so important because obviously if you have any argument with a significant other, you're going to kill that person if the argument didn't go the way you wanted it to. Kind of a leap, but I believe that the prosecution thinks this is the impression that will be left with this jury. We saw what happened yesterday with all the text messages that were read by Mr. Guarino, and there was an attempt with those text messages and the PowerPoint presentation to create that same image. That during the course of the day, the first text messages were at about 2:30 in the afternoon, and then pretty rapidly through the early evening. The goal was to create this image that this was a battle between these two. It was so nasty, so heated, so ugly that part of the process that led to Karen Reed acting out and intentionally running over her boyfriend, Officer John O'Keefe. That's the whole idea. I've talked to a number of people who saw that yesterday, and it was one of those things where you're waiting. Okay, this is the setup. Clearly, they were disagreeing about something. Clearly, they were having some issues over time, like maybe this isn't working out. This is the constant problem we're having. But they kept waiting for, as they say, the shoe to drop. Not referencing 34 Fairview, which we'll get to in a bit. And nobody ever heard that. I think the most violent thing that I ever heard was somebody hit somebody with a pillow that morning. So I think it was not as powerful, perhaps, as the prosecution thinks it was, that these texts just didn't reveal the level of animosity and violence you would hope. I mean, was there some reference to prior violence between the two? No. It sounded like a couple that was having some issues in their relationship growth, but would that lead to somebody intentionally killing the other? I just think that's a leap. I think that's a quantum leap. And now, as we hear from this witness, again, a first responder, they're trying to turn that reference to that. I regret the last thing I said. That has to go one of two ways. Either the jury's going to look at that and say, well, yes, because she's upset, as anybody would be when someone they love is maybe not going to survive. And you think back to what your last interaction was, and she wasn't happy with that because it was not the friendliest of interactions. That's one way to go. The other way to go is that you regret killing the person, and therefore your last conversation or interaction was not how you wanted it to go. The jury, they get to make that decision. One of those is more reasonable than the other, it seems to me. It seems to me that if you have, in fact, caused the death of another intentionally, you're not really regretting so much what your last conversation was. Just seems to me. So I had a question about, you guys can help me because I was running around today. Seems like yesterday, the first time that I saw the two cameras set up, and apparently from what I hear, there are three now, one that's focused on the defense table, one that's focused on the gallery, and then the one that has been moving around. We had only one camera last time, and they did a great job. Court TV's doing the pool. Okay, let's see if they've got this ironed out. Let's go back in for should we clean up on this business.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant?
It was.
And you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. All the friends are on Canton and.
Objection, Your Honor. And reproach.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, this is really, it's going way too far. Now we've got the first responder who was there with his partner, Mr. Whitley, who we've already heard from. And he's trying to get in something Whitley said through this witness. Can you just give me the definition of hearsay? But somehow I'll allow it. I'm going to allow this question. It's wrong. It's just plain wrong. So, put that on your list. Got a list? Got a list you're growing as to how many objections there have been, will be, that will go on the list for grounds for appeal. Who knows? Is this going to be a make or break type piece of information? I doubt it. But it's wrong. You can't get this guy back on. We already heard from Whitley. If you want to get something in from him that you didn't the first time, then see if you can make a motion to recall him, because he's been excused. So don't use this guy to basically reinvent Whitley's testimony. This guy should be able to testify to his personal knowledge. That's it. Personal knowledge, not what somebody else told him about something else. So, hey, let's. I keep threatening to do this, but I know the moment I bring on Miss Shorty, we're going to go back into the court. But what the hell? Can we bring Miss Shorty on right now? Can we do that? Is that possible? There she is. I'm sorry.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well, Michael. How are you? Boots on the ground.
I'm doing great. I was, I'm sorry to leave you, caged up in the back room there, but I was waiting for us to actually finish, and now we've had these back and forth moments. So why not take advantage of that? So let's see. You're basically a vampire because it's about 3 in the morning. Is it 3 in the morning now?
10 minutes to. Yes.
Oh my gosh! Well, thank you so much for joining. That is above and beyond. So you've been watching this case, right? You've been enjoying this case. Yes. Any big thoughts?
I guess I'll reserve my big thoughts. I think so far my biggest impression is that Hank Brennan, it's not a variety show. So what are we doing with these random discombobulating clips of Karen? I think people are a bit concerned about those raw footage clips from various interviews in terms of the jury being swayed by them. I think maybe they're more likely going to be like we've got to remember the jury theoretically doesn't know the backstory like we do. So they're probably going, what is all this? Like, what is all this?
That's an interesting take. I had a different take on that, and I looked at it from a kind of a presentation perspective, because you get some witnesses, Dr. Fowler, they're boring. And sometimes breaking up some of the monotony of some of the more important but boring witnesses with something. I call it a little sorbet palate cleanser, something that kind of wakes the jury up again. I think that could be good. Now, if he doesn't stitch them together properly, if they seem just totally disjointed, that's a problem. But in terms of using mixed media and breaking up some of the more technical witnesses, I actually think it's kind of good. So
I agree with that. And I don't know if you watched the Laurie Daybell trial, they used clips in their closing arguments to state.
They definitely did.
It's a new thing. So.
Yeah. Let's go back and see if they can get their shit together, as they say in legal business.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to start. So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All rise for the court, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
All righty then. We weren't sure. We knew they were coming back after the jury view to have some testimony. We weren't sure if it was going to carry on into the afternoon. Of course, that's always a mystery. So now we know. Miss Shorty, how is your crew, the Shorties? How are they reacting to kind of this kind of stop-start presentation from the court, not from a given witness or the prosecution, but just the court schedule?
Oh, it's wild. I mean, not really any surprise, but first week back, I think yesterday that was on Mr. Brennan, the problem with the witnesses and the scheduling. I think Bev probably had a bit of a stern word to him, as stern as Bev can get with Hank Brennan, because they had an extra witness today. I was under the impression it was just going to be the snooze fest doctor, but we got that young chap as well.
Yes, I know. When I was talking to Aiden and he gave me the name, the name didn't ring a bell to me, and I had not factored in the Boston accent, so I was looking for a Dr. Fowler. And of course, it's Fowler. So that's the guy that we heard. And I want to give you a pop quiz right now because I know you were listening very carefully to the doctor. What is the reason that they centrifuge the blood when they're trying to figure out the blood alcohol content?
That's an easy one. Just
anyone?
Yes. I can tell you to separate the blood. To separate it. I thought he was interesting. Chat was brutal. I was like, this guy, it's his special interest. The world needs people like Dr. Fowler. So
there's no doubt about it. And that question will be on the midterm. So be ready for that. The more specific answer would be that it separates the serum from the blood platelets, and they want to test the serum. So
10-10, Michael.
Thank you. So this doctor, this guy, if you're teaching, he's teaching you a class. Oh my God, you're going to learn more than you ever cared about any given subject, and that is great because he's living in that bubble, right? And that's his job. And he gets a little defensive. He got a little defensive when Miss Elizabeth was questioning his accreditation, because it is accredited as a clinical lab, not a forensic lab, right? And there is a difference. There's a difference. Excuse me. And so I sensed a little defensiveness there. Did you?
Yes, it felt very much like, how dare you? That's assault. He wasn't thrilled.
Yeah. So, but obviously the message the prosecution is trying to bring with this gentleman is that we're going to figure out Karen Reed's blood alcohol content at the time of the incident, at or about 12:30 on the morning of January 29, 2022. And we're going to do that by taking her blood at 9 o'clock. I believe it was 9:03 when she signed the paperwork, and then 9:08 they took the blood. So they can then retrograde, extrapolate, interpret what it would have been at or about the time of the incident. It's pretty, solid science. If you were just hearing this for the first time, Would you buy it? Do you think it's legit?
Possibly, but then the defense is going to come in and say, but there are so many contingencies with the accuracy of that data. Like they don't know when Karen stopped drinking, if she came home to or back to John's place at One Meadows and had drinks. I have a feeling she probably did. There's so many components to it. I don't know. I think there'll probably be a medical person on the jury. I think that they would have voir dire to make sure there's somebody with some medical background there. Both sides would have liked that, I think. So that could be helpful.
Yeah, and Ms. Little certainly tried to get in the MS issue because Karen Reed has MS, as well as there was another condition she
Anemia.
mentioned. Anemia, there you go, which is, of course, low iron in your blood. So those things can affect these test results. So I think they did the best they could. But, he was having a time with Ms. Little because she was not really comfortable cutting him off. Or she did have a way of saying, and isn't it true that the forensic testing is more appropriate than the clinical? Right? At the end of the question, she said, right. Correct. But then it kind of got off the rails when he was going off on very deep discussions on things that nobody needed to know anything about. And you heard Judge C step in to try and help her, really.
Yes, but also you could hear the smile in Liza or Ms. Little and also Beverly's voice. Like they understood he was rambling on his special interest. He lives and breathes that stuff. To him, that's riveting, and you could hear them both sort of like, "Sir, just yes, no answers, thank you."
Yeah, I mean, now that he's been dismissed, I'm going to meet him at the Waterfall Bar for a drink because I'm sure we'll just be like this, getting into the details of platelets and spin rates. Oh, man, I can't wait. So maybe we'll apply that to Guinness because they do have a nice Guinness there. So then, should we talk about the jury view? Since I got
yes, please. I'm fascinated. Let us know.
Yeah, so I've been to a couple of these, and they're all handled very differently. This was handled fine. It was clean. I'd been to the area before, and I was kind of trying to figure out with my GPS what the 100 yards would look like because that was the court order that the media stay back 100 yards. And
wait, but are you media, Michael? I thought.
Look at that.
Oh,
I am anywhere but here. Here I'm not. Yeah. In Australia, probably. Here, not so much. And for those who may not, know the Shorties, Miss Shorty is not around the corner. Technology is an amazing thing, right? So, are you in Melbourne? Or Sydney?
Melbourne.
Yes.
Melbourne. Yeah, you say Melbourne.
Melbourne. When I was there once, I went up to Cairns. How do you pronounce that? Cairns. Yeah. And it sounds to us, American types like cans, like Cannes, in France. Yes. And I could, I don't know how I ever got there because I was asking for a place. Nobody had any clue where it existed, but it was beautiful. And then we went to Dunk Island, which is very cool.
Ooh. Yeah. Yes, beautiful. Way up there.
Yeah. So I digress. So anyway, I get there a little early this morning because I'm not sure exactly how the whole thing's going to play out. I have never seen a case in which the attorneys, one for each side, gets to preface a jury view with a little statement. Kind of like an opening statement to the jury view. And so we heard from both Brennan and Mr. Yannetti telling this jury what to look for. Here's what's important. I hadn't seen that before. Some people have expressed some concern that, oh man, maybe this is too early in the process to have a jury view. I think it's fine. I think the more you know about the surroundings, the spatial orientation, as you start to hear things, it all starts to click. Oh yeah. Because at this point, they know where his body was found roughly, but you got to see it. So when they went there, and it was pretty timely. They started court at about 9:03, got out the door, and they were probably on scene by a little after 10. They were there 18 minutes. They came on this lovely, tour type bus. The big air conditioned ones with the kind you travel with your folks in. The big giant bus with the darkened windows. You know the drill. course.
A
So
coach. A coach. We call them
yes,
coaches here.
there you go.
Yes.
Okay. So they got that all set up, and in a separate vehicle are the attorneys and Karen Reed. There was some question early on whether she was going to be there, which to me is ridiculous. Why would you not be there? So she was. And Yannetti was there, and Brennan were there. When they all get out of the bus, I'm trying to paint the picture of the streets as they end. Fairview dead ends into a cross street, and 34 Fairview is 2 houses in. So you can stand at that crossroads and see the house very clearly. That's about where the 100-meter mark was. And I checked with the cops to make sure, and as other folks queued up, some had been there at the first trial and the first jury view. That's where we ended up standing. So you could see pretty well. You're not seeing faces of the jurors, but you're seeing body types and clothing and mannerisms. Interesting the way they use the court officers. They have big poles, kind of like, I don't know if they're just plastic, irrigation PVC pipes or whatever they are. And they use them sort of as, if anybody's ever been on a guided tour, in a city, and they go with groups, and the group leader will have a little flag or something to make sure they don't get lost. In New York, that happens all the time, and then somebody will steal the flag. But that's a whole different story. So they use them to kind of corral these folks. I think the rule was stay between these poles, don't wander outside. So they were kind of moved around in a herd, and they really went to 2 particular spots, and they really looked like they were basically on the street. Maybe just barely on the lawn. There's no sidewalk in front of 34 Fairview. You're either on the lawn or you're in the street. And they were at one part, which to me would have been if you're looking at the house, the extreme left, which is where the fire hydrant is, it's where the bushes are, it's where the flagpole is, and about where Officer John O'Keefe's body would have been found. So they were there for a time. Then they moved maybe 20, 30 feet to the right, which is closer to the driveway. And, there are a couple of doors on this house. So I think that might have helped them get perspective on the 2, front doors. One's near a breezeway, but a lot of folks, and the testimony is similar to reinforce this. They use that as the front door. And it was almost like
it's got the mudroom there, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the other front door is more for, hey, we're having guests, right? And I think that's important because depending on which door, if any, John O'Keefe came in and out of, it would make it closer to the sidewalk, closer to where somebody else might see him. I don't know. It all factors in, but I think it's important for them to know there are a couple of front doors. And then the car was there.
All right, we'll see you Monday.
Let's see I guess she has nothing to say.
All right.
Nope. Right to the fan.
So Tori, you should take care of
Goodbye.
Thought I might have a hot mic moment with Jimmy. Rats. Yeah, I didn't hear. Did you hear anything? Did you hear anything of substance? I didn't hear anything.
I felt like at the very end, the last thing I heard was the words "hot mic," but perhaps that was just wishful thinking.
Yes. Hot mic. Shit. Turn it off. Okay, so yeah, because she has been caught at times, as you know. So then they looked at the car. Again, they didn't seem to stop and hover there as much as just pass by. I thought that was odd. And you'll remember the passenger taillight has been totally removed, so it's just a big hole now. Yeah. So
Michael, where was the car parked? Did they have the car parked?
That's a very good question. They had it further, in my recollection, further to the left, meaning toward the flagpole, toward the bushes, to the point where it was at the very edge of the property, and the bushes are the edge of the property. Then they had a police car behind it, obviously trying to just, I don't know. It's not like people were trying to get to their homes and they're pissed off because they couldn't for that short period of time. But it's not like somebody's going to pull up behind that car, the Lexus, and just hang out. But they had a cop car behind nonetheless to protect the rear end. And so it looked to me more like passing glances than inspection.
Do you think it feels to me like that's intentional, putting the car right there, because that's to associate the car with the placement of John's body psychologically?
I don't know. It seems to be the first time they did it, the car was much closer to the mailbox.
Yep.
Right?
It was.
Wasn't it?
Right close to it was right next to the driveway.
It was not. Not even, no. It was at least like 3 car lengths further to the left with the cop car right behind it. So let's see if I made a couple of notes on my riveting observations. Let's see. Oh, I thought this was interesting. So on one side of the street, you have 34 Fairview, and that's where everybody's hanging out. Across the street is Karen Reed, her attorney, Mr. Yannetti, a couple of court officers. Any guess where Hank Brennan was? He was in the mix with the jurors. Now, obviously, we wouldn't
Is
be able
that
to
allowed?
talk. He couldn't talk to them.
No.
You couldn't talk to them. I mean, nobody could talk to them. He wasn't between the poles, but he was like right there. And, as if trying to check out what they were checking out, what they were focusing on. I thought that was odd. But defense counsel and Ms. Reed stayed totally across the street. So
Just Yannetti and Karen, or was Alan Jackson, Liza, anybody else there?
According to the court, he did not go, but I wasn't sure. I thought he might have accompanied Karen Reed personally, and Yannetti and Brennan were announced. The court announced them as accompanying the jury to the jury view. From where I was, gets a little difficult to size up. Brennan's easy, and Karen Reed was easy. But beyond that, Yannetti versus Jackson versus both, can't be 100% sure.
Michael, how tall do you estimate Hank Brennan is? We had this conversation last night in my live stream.
Well, I'm 6'5", so when I met him, I met him on the street, really not far behind us here. I went up, introduced myself, and it was eyeball to eyeball. So if he's 5'10", maybe. What's been the speculation?
About 5'9", 5'10".
Yeah, I think of the group, when you see them come and go, it's everybody's pretty similarly heighted, and so you'll have Jackson, and you'll have Yannetti's a little taller, and then you'll have Brennan, and then you'll have Alessi. You got to step down.
Oh, I love Alessi.
Yeah, he is a big personality and a tiny man.
Oh, really?
I tower over him. Yeah.
Well, 6'5" is very tall, Michael.
Yes, yeah. Well, I might have exaggerated. I don't know.
Yeah, details.
By half a foot. Yeah. But yeah, he is noticeably the smallest dude in the mix there. He may be shorter than Reed.
He's also the most buff. Have you seen Alessi in a little t-shirt?
Well, we've been together a couple of. What are you talking about? No, I've not seen him in a t-shirt.
There's video on the Twitters, I believe. It's I think it's some of Liza, Alan Jackson, and all 4 of the attorneys, just not Tory George, doing some cooking. I think they were cooking steak or something. And Alessi's in a little grey muscle tee. He works out.
Nice. Well, we know he drags that massive ice chest with him every day because he has his own special food concoctions.
Do you know what he calls it? The Yannetti, because it's a Yeti, but he calls it the Yannetti.
And those Yetis, I'm telling you right now, you have to be an attorney to afford one. Have you ever priced out one of those Yeti ice chests? They're like $400 or $500 for an ice chest. Crazy. But yeah, he doesn't surprise me that he's a little jacked because he has a very particular diet.
Well, sidebar, they were talking about in this little clip, they were talking about something about ordering pizza, and Alessi says, well, I haven't had pizza in years. He has a very strict, sensible, very, very much a weightlifter's diet, I believe.
Interesting. Yeah, and let's just say from his professional manner, he's intense, right? So
I love him.
I could see that carrying over into his, taking care
everywhere.
of himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
So back to this jury view.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything else of note other than the neighbors that were mad because they couldn't get in. There was actually a guy who's obviously an Uber Eats guy. He had a bag of some McDonald's food. He could not get in to deliver, and he finally gave up because he figured they're going to be mad he's late, or the food's going to be cold and he's not going to get a tip. But
he was hungry and he's like, I'll just have it.
He was kind of a large dude. Yeah, so just the real world had to just shut down for about it was more than half an hour because they did it ahead of time, but the view itself was less than 20 minutes. So as you would, once you see it, right?
Was there any murmuring from the jurors, or did they have to stay
we weren't close enough. 100 yards, I could
Mm.
not pick up anything. They were not supposed to talk amongst themselves, so that was the directive. And
Mm.
with the bailiffs right there with their big sticks, I doubt that they did. But no, from our vantage point, no way I could hear that. Okay, that's all I got for you. I think on the jury view, very important. I think it's a huge thing. Oh, let me ask you if you heard anything on this. It seems to me, in the first day or so, we heard about a plan to go to the bars, as part of some sort of jury drive-by, but it never seemed to manifest itself. And then obviously it didn't happen today. Did you hear anything about that?
I didn't. I know. I recall in the aftermath of the mistrial, people doing all sorts of calculations, trying to work out the route that they would have, Karen and Officer John O'Keefe would have walked back to Karen's car, where she was parked, how long that would have taken. But no, that seems like a redundant thing to me. That's not the point. It's when they get to Fairview, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true. And some of the stuff we've posted, and if you dig for it, you can find it, is I've done my own little walk from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall Bar because they walked between the two that night. And I was just curious how long it would take. I didn't, have a few pops before. That might affect how fast you walk. But it is interesting because that may have been the time at which any argument, if you believe that word is critical to the prosecution's case, may have escalated, may have become an issue. So, maybe you can walk it in 2.5 minutes, but if you're having a heated discussion, maybe you take advantage of that quiet time to, vent. I don't know. But it is interesting to get a sense of where they are related to one another.
Right. And how close are they?
They're across the street, but on the same block, really. And it took me like 2.5 minutes without really rushing. So
not in snow, though. It wasn't snowing yet. What am I talking about? It was imminent snow. I don't think. It was just cold. Cold.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. I mean, most
so you'd
of
be
this
walking.
all happened.
You'd be walking very briskly in the cold weather, I guess. Particularly with John wearing a light, hoodie.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends on how much antifreeze these guys had in their system, because there was quite a bit that night, not just from the waterfall, but from C.F. McCarthy's too.
So, Michael, what do you think about the 3 clips they played yesterday with Karen talking about how many drinks she calculated she had, and how weak those mixed drinks were before she added the shots into them, and nursing her the final drink? What do you think? How detrimental is that?
I've always thought if you got rid of the top charge, which is a joke, that there's a shot, so to speak, at a conviction based on the alcohol consumption. We don't know. I had a conversation with Tom yesterday, Tom CPU.
I do.
Yes, we're co-plaintiffs, of course, against the state troopers. I told him, I said, it's a dangerous aspect of the use of alcohol to determine how somebody's tolerance will be affected, right, by their history of alcohol use. So it's very hard to say, yeah, my client drinks like a fish, therefore X number of drinks has no effect on him or her. That's tough, but it's a reality. If you drink 2 or 3 or 4 drinks every day, then 2 or 3, 4 drinks on a given night. Are you under oath? Okay. On a given night, that's nothing. Okay. So what we may be hearing and making a big deal out of 7, 8, 9 drinks, which sounds like a lot to me, that may in fact not mean much if somebody's built up a tolerance. I don't think it's going to be part of this case because it is so dangerous to say, don't hold it against my client. She's a lush.
The other thing also is if and I believe Karen, when she's talking, those things are very just raw. I think all the documentarians that she spent time with obviously built a rapport with her, so Karen felt very comfortable to just speak freely. I don't get any sense of her, making stuff up or performing. Exactly, it's just raw stuff. She sort of intonated that the drinks that were poured were very weak. And so that's why she was adding in the extra shot just to get some sort of taste out of it. But remember also, these jurors are Norfolk County residents. And if the culture in Canton is to heavily drink, one would assume that possibly broader county-wide, that's a similar sort of culture.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
perhaps the jurors won't be going, oh my God, she had drinks. They might have been going, yeah, and regular Friday night next.
Yeah, you're probably right. They're not members of the Temperance Society. They're probably, you know, either they or their family
Regular
or
folks.
friends.
Yep.
They're just and you may remember from the audit report when they had what I call the clown hall meeting, and they were talking about all the different decisions that were made, and they talked specifically about officers who had been caught having a drink at lunch, having a drink after work, but it's still in the squad cars, and they're like, so what? You know, who cares?
And obviously the testimony from Mr. Michael Proctor will come in about his escapades with Kevin Albert. And so perhaps that will, like, I mean, he's the villain. Well, there's a few villains, and maybe that will balance things out for Karen a little bit when they get that context of the culture of the entire everybody in this story, all the players, all the actors.
Yeah, because the impression you get is they all just drink and drive. They all just party. And, you know, she, as an outsider, was really no different than those that were kind of regularly hanging out, drinking, driving, partying, you know, same old thing.
I don't think that was her go-to either. I think she was drawn into that because that was the friend circle. That was the way of life for Officer John O'Keefe. And I can't imagine Karen being that much of a lush normally. Maybe I'm virtue signaling on Karen, but
yeah, you know, there was some of the early text where pre-argument where she was talking about having a bad day, and at 2 or 3 she was going to go have a drink, and she was even later encouraged in a different text by Officer John O'Keefe to say, hey, if you feel like you need to drink, go and we'll catch up.
I wonder whether, though, given that sorry to interrupt you, Michael, but given the inference in those texts is that things weren't great in that relationship in terms of the dynamic. I mean, not to speak ill of the dead, but I mean, John didn't seem like at that point in their relationship the most supportive, warm, loving, empathetic partner. I wonder if Karen was needing a drink because she was just dealing with his, excuse my language, his shit. Like, he was being an ass to her. You know?
I've never heard you curse before. That is so shocking.
I genuinely don't, Michael. You know me. I really am quite the saint.
Yes, and you're a delight. I left one of your descriptive words out of there.
You know me too well.
For now. Let's should we hit a couple of questions? See what's going on?
Yes,
here?
There's questions. Yes,
and I know. I kind of mentioned that our lawsuit is still pending. Let me give you the update on that for those who haven't heard. And it gets a little weird because it's appellate, it's temporary restraining order, and they don't seem to mesh. You know, you don't think they generally would go together. But here's what happened. Case 1, protesters. They filed a TRO. It was denied. That's been appealed. We filed a TRO, the reporter case. It has been sitting, gathering dust in the judges' chambers. We have 3 different cases, 3 different judges. The third case, Mr. Delgado, the guy who had his sticker ripped off, I don't believe he filed a TRO because his case is very different. It's really assault and battery by the Massachusetts troopers, captured on video. Tough for them to deny. So we are now, as of yesterday, stayed in our case because the appellate court has granted a stay to let them rule on the pending TRO. So, and that's supposed to happen between May 4th and May 14th. We're stayed till May 14th. Nothing happens in our case till May 14th. So,
well, May the 4th be with you, Michael.
May the 4th. It is coming up. It is coming up. And then Cinco de Mayo. And then my birthday. It's all just a great collection of activities. So, and then there was another question. So the question is, the hearing is,
There's a few, actually. Yeah.
It'll be coming, we hope. Okay. Michael, what do you think the secret?
And what are you hoping? Sorry, pause,
yeah.
Michael, pause. What do you what's your outcome that you're hoping for? Obviously, victory, but what do you hope the remedy will be there?
Well, they should open up. I mean, a full win, a home run. Can you hear that chattering like somebody's jackhammering?
I thought jackhammering. I'm like, my brain is like, ee.
There, I don't know. I think it may be jackhammering. Anyway, a home run. That's a baseball term. Home run. What would it be in rugby or Australia rules football? Touchdown? Do you have touchdowns?
A try. We have tries.
So a try is when you score? Or even if you don't score, it's not a try then. You have to score to be at a try.
Nice try. You had one job, but then you score a try.
Okay. So
I don't
a
make the rules,
try would be opening up no buffer zone, period, for anybody. I don't think that's gonna
No
happen.
limitations, just
Just
pure free
normal, like
speech.
normal life. Yeah.
Like, because
sidewalks
society.
are open to the public. Crazy idea.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Wow.
Part of the order prevents wearing certain things in the buffer zone, and it also prevents wearing certain things in court. Like you may notice when some of the cops testify, they will not be in uniform.
That's along in the same vein as not referring to him as Officer John O'Keefe. Same prejudicial, right?
Well, the thing is, in most cases, especially if you're presenting them as your witness, you want them in that uniform. You need them in that uniform. Oh, wait a minute. You know what I mean? It's important because it gives off an air of authority, and you want the jury to feel that.
I wonder whether, though, this ruling was based on the suspicious nature of the Boston Police Department resident at 34 Fairview not coming out. I don't know. We could go deep into that conspiracy, but anyway.
I don't know if there's some nefarious reason behind it, or if it's just a rule that she likes, or maybe even Massachusetts in general.
I was going to say, it's not how we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson.
That's right. So get with it, buddy. What was what were we talking about? I've got sidetracked here.
Supreme Court. Sorry, I'm the queen of SideQuests.
What was that again?
I'm the queen of SideQuests, but I think it was about Supreme Court.
Yes. So I thought we got past the Supreme Court, but you had a follow-up question. That Supreme Court question. That one I didn't hear. Okay. Today was the day that the Supreme Court was not going to hear her case. The Supreme Court, and this is SCOTUS. Supreme Court of the United States. This ain't down the street Supreme Court. They were going to decide by today whether to take up the appeal. And this is the appeal related to the defense claim that it is double jeopardy to have this trial, because the jury, based on anonymous declarations, affidavits, have sworn that they were unanimous in finding her not guilty on counts 1, the biggie, second-degree murder, and number 3. So if that is true, trying her again on those counts, double jeopardy. Simple, right? But the lower level courts had said no. Too much time passed. We don't have enough evidence to prove that was the outcome. Remember, these declarations trickled in after the hung jury was declared. It just over a few days they just kept trickling in. Judge C said, no, we're not going to worry about that. Appealed it once, lost. Appealed it twice, lost. Now it's sitting at the Supreme Court, where they will not hear it. I guarantee you. I've been known to bet on things. I would bet everything I've got they will say, no thanks. It just isn't likely.
So, but then, Michael, what are the ramifications there? Let's say, God forbid, that Karen is found guilty on one of any of the main counts, and then in terms of an appellate process, is there an issue with no ruling prior to that judgment by the jury when that comes?
You mean if it were to happen before an appellate court makes a final decision? I'm just trying to buy myself time to find an answer. It's almost irrelevant. You're right. After the fact that every court has basically punted, saying you got another trial. Just go have your second trial.
That's the remedy, right? Yeah, that's the remedy.
That's exactly what they're saying. And I don't disagree entirely because of the way we learned what we learned. If it had happened, I keep saying this, it's so simple. If Judge C had said, very simply,
told the jury,
have you come to a unanimous decision on any of the counts? You don't have this mess. Simple. So she was so fast to, I'm going to declare a mistrial. You're done. Have a nice day.
7 seconds, I think it was, wasn't it?
I had it down to 3 or 4. It was so fast between looking at, their very well-written note and saying, okay, that's it. And it was multiple times they came back saying they couldn't come up with anything, but still, just take a breath. And that's also a legislative issue in Massachusetts. I'd be all over them on that. There should be a jury instruction that says when you have multiple counts, if you become locked on one, you may continue or we may come to a decision on the others. That's just not the way we do it here in Massachusetts. So that's what led to the problem. And now the appellate courts can just say, you got a second trial. What are you whining about? Just have your second trial, which is really not a good result. Especially if there's a conviction, then, that's the ultimate penalty. So to answer that question, all they're going to decide today is whether or not to take the case. And just to give you the numbers, I've shared these before, because I did a story once on the steps of the Supreme Court. I took a bunch of kids' blocks, numbers on them, and I put 6,250. That was the average number of cases submitted to the Supreme Court in a given year.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and it's the range is 5,000 to 7,000. Any guess? Any guess down under? How many they actually hear?
Maybe 5%. 5%.
Let's see. Now you got to make me do math. 5%. No, that'd be like 250 or so at 5,000. They do about 50 or 60 a year.
Ooh.
That's 1%, give or take.
Are they so busy, or they just don't think that those have any merit?
At the time, I don't have. Yeah, well, you have to remember and I'm assuming in Australia the court system is somewhat similar because we both stole it from England, right?
Actually, no. Our political and court judicial system is a little different.
Really?
So yeah. Don't ask me the differences. I know a lot about your laws and stuff, but not really anything in Australia. But I know it's different. And we also don't have any cameras or any freedom of information stuff here in Australia.
That
so
I know.
That's why we follow you guys, because there's nothing here for us.
I learned that when I was doing this show called The Legal Edge, and we used to use it as a reason to travel around the world to write it off. So we traveled to Australia, one of my first trips there, did a story on Bondi Beach, and I wanted to get into a court because we've been trying to do that, and they wouldn't allow it. I was surprised. And that interestingly, that does mirror Britain. They don't let you in there either, but Scotland does. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. So back to my original point, which was this: the Supreme Court is there for really one purpose. It's kind of a twofold test. Is it an issue in controversy in a number of different jurisdictions? Okay, that's their key issue. Or is it an issue of first impression? So if it's not one of those two things, they'll punt. They'll just say, it's been decided. You don't need us for that. We got better things to do. So, and that's why I think they will reject this case. So I could be dead wrong, but that's my best guess. So let's talk about, because I haven't talked to you since we began this exciting case. Any particular witnesses that stand out? Carrie Roberts?
Oh, Kerry Perjury Roberts. Yes. Interesting. Because, I mean, obviously there was no cross-examination of Kerry Roberts last time.
Right.
And
which I wonder about, but okay. Yeah.
I don't think the defense team understood the gravity that's of her involvement and of Jennifer McCabe's curating of everything. They've had 12 months since the start of the first trial, to delve deeper, and that's the absolute benefit of having the retrial, is that they have that benefit of hindsight. And I think that it's quite interesting to have seen her be calmly, collectedly dismantled by Alan Jackson. It was quite magical. It got a little tense. Kerry Roberts got a little defiant at the end, but
I think she was thinking, nobody told me he's going to be mean. Nobody told me he was going to be mean to me, because she had it so easy the first time. And she came off looking, I thought, fine the first time.
Absolutely. I thought so too. She was, I mean, there are aspects of Kerry Roberts' testimony which is good for the defense, I think. I don't think there was any need to go super hard in on her, other than to be surgical with the questioning, which Alan Jackson did. And they impeached her on the stuff that mattered. Last time I thought, oh, she's good. We're good. And now, Jennifer McCabe.
I know, I've since learned, of course, that she attended the Jennifer McCabe School preparation for witnesses. That's it's a full-up class. Don't even try to get in, because they are booked. There is no room for any more students. I already tried. It paints such a picture of Jennifer McCabe for the jury that they don't know her. In theory, they don't know her. It just lays a nice veneer over what they expect when they see her take the stand. And we think that's going to happen next week. Nothing's certain in terms of scheduling, but we think it's going to happen maybe even early in the week. Somebody had asked, speaking of scheduling, where did it go? There it is. Did I lose it? There it is. Do you think ACA will bring their own lawyer? So Monday, and you may have heard the court mention this as they were signing off for the day, Monday's going to be a half day. In the morning, they will be there, but in the afternoon, the jury will not. And why? Well, that's because it's ARCA time. So to answer that question, Kathy Bennis, I would be suggesting they have their own attorney. I don't know whether they will or not, but I would suggest it. What do you think the judge is going to do? She's got a few options here, and she is still gravely concerned.
I'm with you, Michael. I think you. Well, last I heard your comment on this was that I believe Bev will likely limit their testimony to what they testified to last time in the first trial, and I mean she's given them an impossible deadline to have all their testing done by Monday, which is wild. When if they were going to come in today, that wasn't the stipulation, but Monday. Need to have all their testing done by then. I have a feeling like it's a wild ruling to exclude them entirely from an appellate point of view. Am I right? Like that's
huge.
Karen has a right to put on her own defense, and like there's no discovery violations that are of any import in my it's my understanding, and don't the defense have a couple of cards up their sleeve with Commonwealth defense discovery violations?
Well, I mean, if you started stacking them up, in a Jenga tower, the prosecution wins. They have a very tall tower of manipulating discovery deadlines to their advantage, arguing that way, arguing to a favorable audience, Judge C, and getting their way.
Yeah.
Right. These are all things that, you hope you never have to use because it would only happen if you have to appeal a conviction, right? But they're there. There are lots of them. So you're right. I don't change my opinion from before. I believe she will certainly allow them to testify as they did before. Any more than that, I don't know. She's going to be tearing apart these. Her latest angst is over these 90-some text messages that don't have any substance to them because nobody kept them, right? I mean, when she starts citing the ABA rules for maintaining texts or communications with clients, I mean, are you serious? Are you kidding me? So she's going to get these folks on the stand and ask about any contact with the defense. She's going to have probably a chart somewhere on her bench so she can see when that first contact was, what was said, when was the next contact, what was said, you got paid, then what. All of that to her taints the prior representation that they were totally independent. That's what she's going for.
That's ludicrous because hello, the feds, they weren't hired by the defense. It was retrospectively, it's my understanding that the defense received a bill. I mean, obviously, maybe they're hiding a few things here, but they received a bill and were like, wait, what? We're paying? Do we have to pay this? What? Okay. But imagine having to pay for someone's time, expert's time. Is that really so groundbreaking?
I think what made it a little odd is that, yes, in fact, the feds hired them. They should have paid them. But why did this invoice come out of the blue to the defense team? I admit that's odd. Seems a little weird. And maybe it's because the feds told the experts, hey, you're their guys now. Something happened that caused them to generate that $24,000 bill so close to the end of the representation with the feds. And I don't know what it was, but it may be, form over substance. It may just look bad and it's all very perfectly innocent. But that's what Judge C is all worked up about. What happened? Was there really some defense fingers in that pie when or at about the time these guys testified, Wolf and Rentschler?
I admit when that came out, I was like, oh, this is not a good look. I actually felt a little bit betrayed by Alan Jackson. I was like, but I thought we were all good. Isn't this binary? Aren't you guys all good? And the Commonwealth all bad? Like, it was pretty disappointing.
I wonder what would have
Personally.
happened if this was brought up, of course, by Hank Brennan. Hank decided we need to know what that email meant. Had that not happened, I think the defense could have just gone forward with what they had the first time. These guys are an independent, unrelated investigation. They say it didn't happen. Moving on. Now it's a whole trial within a trial.
Exactly, and also the defense's hands were particularly tied because they weren't allowed to have any communications to discuss the testimony prior to, right? Perhaps they maybe had some communications. But now, just on that initial testing, the defense have had 12 months. Oh, no, it wasn't. They've only recently been allowed to, wasn't it March 26th or something? They're allowed to actually engage the ARCA experts for the defense. But they've got time now to really pass out what those tests were, the initial ones. Perhaps they could have gotten a lot more just from that, purely because they're allowed to voir dire, depose, whatever, talk to ARCA, crash daddies.
And Linda and I were talking about this because when Welcher came along, who's the prosecution's rebuttal witness to the ARCA boys, the defense could have hired...
Is he the paint arm guy? Is he the paint arm guy? Is that
I don't know. Is there a paint arm guy?
There's a guy. No, that's a dog expert guy. Carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
That's Crosby. The guy
he
took a couple of YouTube seminars, so he's an expert on dog bites. So this guy, Welcher, came along, and of course the defense wants to rebut their rebuttal expert, and they're using the ARCA. They want to use the ARCA guys to do that. I thought maybe you just leave them out of it. Hire separate experts.
Yes.
Maybe they didn't think this was going to become the quagmire that it is. And, you've already got the ARCA guys on board. Just give them Welcher's conclusions, opinions, basis for those things. Let them spin off of that. Makes perfect sense. But in this case, it's so messed up with the independence that is no longer independent that it's going to be tricky for them to make sure the jury understands that. Remember, the last jury thought these independent guys were from her insurance company.
But that's because of all the ambiguity. Of human
course.
Brains like to connect dots. So now there'll be the clarity, I assume. Actually, maybe not.
I don't know if I would assume that because Judge C was so concerned last time about mentioning federal anything that she didn't allow it. And that's why they had that vague reference to who did the investigation, not the defense. So I don't know if she's going to backtrack on that.
And only one, I think it was just Ryan Nagel who let the feds slip out in his testimony, but that was that was long before, or not at this, obviously it was in the Commonwealth case. And I don't think that the jurors connect, well, they said they didn't connect that mention once, a slip of the tongue with the crash buddies. So
you got another question here. The secret sidebar just now. Well, they had a couple of them at the very end that all had to do with this the argument. Miss Shorty, it was a knockdown, drag out argument, wasn't it? And I don't know. That's not what I'm getting.
Why do you think that they go to sidebar when the jury's not in the courtroom? That seems real secretive, cloak and dagger stuff.
And they have done it, obviously when the jury's there, and they do it when the jury's not, because they're protecting the record. There are a lot of things that this court has sealed. And they've already made a motion that the sidebars are sealed at the very least until the end of the trial. So this is, you're talking about a judge and a court and a county that is very big on controlling information, distribution. How else can you do that? You just have sidebars. And sometimes the very last one, of course, was asked for by Alan Jackson. And you could tell, as they get to a sticking point in the testimony, objection sustained. It's important. And you see Alan Jackson move toward the bench. You see Brennan, other attorneys, they're going to have it out. And they need to make a record. If for nothing else, the defense has to make a record that objection sustained doesn't tell you shit. If I'm going to bring out an appeal, look at the transcripts. Well, yeah, objection and sustained. I can't figure out what that's all about. So if you need to make an argument, get it on the record. And if it has to be at sidebar, it's better than not having anything.
Did you notice that Hank? I've caught one where he actually spoke the grounds for his objection, and Bev didn't reprimand him.
Yes.
And then today, just earlier today, Alan Jackson started. Bev sustained it over the top of his grounds. He was going to say it, and she rushed in to allow it. Well, I think she's. I can't remember what her ruling was, but she's wild.
Even better, I heard her on one of the first 2 days almost ask. Somebody objected, and she said, and what are they? She caught herself, hello, you might want to know the grounds. Just make your life easier. But anyway, to making it count, if the defense can prove the blood sample wasn't taken or processed lawfully, wouldn't the alcohol level be considered fruit of the poison tree and must be tossed out? Interesting. Fruit of the poison tree, of course, is a theory that comes from the Fourth Amendment against illegal search and seizure. And if something you learn is the result of an illegal search or seizure, no matter how far down that tree it goes, it can be excluded. In this case, I'm not so sure that's the issue. I think the issue is really just one of how much can you rely on those results. I don't know anybody did anything illegal. They just may have done things less skillfully, less accurately, less professionally, and so you attack that. So I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think it's that it's being done unlawfully.
And if you recall, in the first trial, the defense very skillfully had that the guy who did that testing stuff, did the calculations, basically got him to say, yeah, no, it's not accurate. You can't rely on it. So that was a brilliant cross.
Yeah, and I think the key point that Ms. Little tried to make, and it was kind of difficult with Dr. Fowler, is that you're doing clinical stuff. You're not doing forensic stuff. Forensic stuff is specifically designed for litigation, criminal, civil, whatever. It's a whole different handling and determination set of requirements. And he admitted, yeah, not registered with the forensic version of the lab, but the clinical version. And as we talked about at the very beginning, it was kind of, my stuff's good. My stuff's still good. It's just not the right stuff, and the jury's got to understand that.
It's like Timu pathology. It's not forensic pathology. It's Timu forensic pathology.
Timu, yes, yeah. Isn't that funny how that word or that brand has become synonymous with cheap as shit?
Yes, substandard. Yes, a dupe, a fake.
Yeah.
I saw another question here too.
Let's see. I'm in actually a better place today. Last night I was visiting with Dina.
Yes, that was a great interview.
She only has one. She's like, thank you. Here's how you interview her. just put the microphone in front of her. Yeah, she's amazing. And of course, like Madonna, Cher, she only needs one name. So we were in a blazing, bright open space, and I couldn't see a thing. So this is much more helpful. What do you think of what Bev did to Ms. Little and that blood doctor? So rude. I actually felt she was sort of trying to help. We did talk about it earlier.
Yes.
Because the doctor was just off to the races. And she's not I think she's great, and I think she's learned at the hands of the best. She's been there with Alan Jackson for 9 years. She doesn't have the arena experience. She hasn't been a gladiator out there. And so it's great that she's getting these opportunities. But you can sense when she's, back and forth with a witness, she's may not be in total control, right? In getting what she wants from the witness, in limiting what the witness is offering. And I think the judge, I really don't think she was a problem for Ms. Little. I think she was trying to help her.
Yes, that guy was hard to stop his roll. Slow your roll, sir. Slow your roll. Like, wind it back. Yes, no answers. We know you're excited, but...
Yeah. No, this guy, he is so excited about talking about that kind of stuff. I can't wait to meet him for that Guinness over at the Waterfall Bar. It could be great. So what are you looking forward to, other than, I'm going to guess, Procta, Miss McCabe? What are you looking forward to?
Jennifer McCabe for sure. Like, that's going to be wild. I'm interested to, like, from a year later point of view, I'm interested to see, like, purely what she looks like now. Just interested to see. I find that quite interesting. They're different, just from a Even Furrows Nuttall with his shaved head and his gaunt face, which was a lot more gaunt than last year. He'd lost a bit of weight. Found that interesting. But Jennifer McCabe now, I wonder whether she's going to be able to maintain her composure against Alan Jackson, and whether she's able to remember all her lies without saying, "If you can show it to me, can I see that?" Because let's go with the impeachment, right? Let's go. It will be an epic battle, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well,
also,
she is the school marm, of course, for the Jen McCabe School of Witness Preparation, and so she's written the book on it. I can't wait to see how she, has learned what she teaches. Who will she have talked to get ready for her testimony? When Alan Jackson asks that question, you always think you're going to get some information, right? But when you ask a witness, in this case, Carrie Roberts, when you spoke to somebody and it's Jen McCabe,
this morning we
not
drove
just
in
that
together.
morning, not just that morning, which was the morning of her second day. Remember, she carried over from day 2 to day 3. And how about before that? Well, 2 days ago. Well, yeah, on the eve of her first day of testifying, right? So obviously her hand, somebody did a meme I thought was great. It was a picture of Jen McCabe next to the witness stand, whispering into Carrie Roberts' ear. So, but who does she check with? Who does she work with to get her testimony down?
Big bad Brian Albert.
Oh, you think he's going to be her mentor?
I think he's her mentor in both mental and perhaps physical constraints. Is my speculation. I don't know.
Care to elaborate?
I think he's a menacing kind of a character. I have a feeling there's speculation wild speculation that perhaps there's been some liaisons between Brian and Jen, speculating hearsay. Yes, and I don't know, it's very important to him, Brian Albert, and Jennifer McCabe, that this story is straight. If for nobody else, those two, and Colin was in the house. So I don't know. I think probably, but also I believe that Jen probably thinks she doesn't need any counsel on this because she is the queen of all things.
She is the headmaster at the school. I could see that. I could see that.
Hubris.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be fun. There's no doubt about that. Let's see who else is out there in the witness universe. We know that Proctor's going to be even more eviscerated than he was the first time. But
are you dreading the Higgins? What about the Higgins text? I'm in the blue bubble. Ha ha. No, it's days of that again, Michael.
I know. Were you secretly hoping they had readers for these texts, which was requested by the prosecution and denied?
I was no, I didn't mind either way, honestly. Okay. I thought that was whatever. Higgins, Proctor, Buchanan. Sorry, almost went with Bukaki. Buchanan should be interesting. I'm really interested to see how well they managed to stick with their original testimonies. Because sure, they've got transcripts from the grand jury and that other proceeding, the feds. But we mostly a lot of us have seen last trial. In fact, on my channel, we've dissected all of those witnesses ad nauseum, to the point of no return. So I'm really interested to see what we notice and where they're impeached, and if they can keep it all straight. It's hard to keep a lie straight, Michael.
Well,
let alone many.
That's what they say in the biz. The truth never changes. And so, and we saw how in the Carrie Roberts, just that little nugget of her testimony, how the grand jury testimony was a whoopsie.
So good. It was so good, Michael. We were like,
and
Linda was like, what?
It's human nature to try to come up with a logical reason as to why you would have had such different statements, about what you heard, not what somebody else heard, about what you heard. Well, I just didn't understand the question.
I don't know about words. What? That's he heard.
Oh. Well, I heard it from Jen McCabe, so that's the heard part that I thought.
Same. My puppeteer.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So
Goodness.
I fully expect there will be many more moments of that kind.
Oh,
I definitely do.
absolutely. Michael, what did you think of David Yannetti coming in so hot yesterday morning? I personally found it a little too hot for that kind of witness. It could have been alienating to the jury. What did you think about that?
You know,
He was very yelly.
I've seen some comments that suggest that didn't bother me a lot. It wasn't like I went, oh my god, what this guy have
See,
to
I was
breakfast?"
like,
Yeah,
I was.
it didn't
Maybe
bother
I'm
me a lot.
sensitive.
But well, yeah, but the thing is, you got 12/18 people in the box that may have a similar reaction. So I am curious if he was reading the room at all. You know, if there was some sort of reaction from jurors that kind of caught his eye, because that's more
Because he
important.
toned it down. He
Yeah.
did tone it down a little bit. About halfway through that cross-examination, he wound it back to less yelly, more just vocal projection. I was relieved when that happened.
Yeah, well, maybe he was all amped up. You know, he had it was his first performance in front of this jury, other than to introduce himself. So who knows? You know, we're all human, and it's a game. You know, it's a big game. It's like getting jacked up for the big game, and we're any performance, a play, a movie, whatever. And so when you're on, you know, a lot of adrenaline flowing there.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. And I was relieved that he wound it right back for Mike Camerano.
That what a sad guy that is. He's just. I don't know where that came from, but I'll change that. That wasn't. I don't know. I'm just hitting buttons here. Don't worry about me. I'm just looking for some more questions. If you guys have any questions in the few minutes that remain in the Up Late Night show with Miss Shorty?
I'm up. I'm up now. It's almost 4 a.m.
So what's a
I'm
normal
up
day?
now. I'm up now.
For
me?
What's a normal day for you? Yeah. I mean, when do you get up? You go to bed? What's a normal day?
Because my work, my regular work, I have to get up at 3:30 in the morning every day to be on site by 6:30, and I turn in the time zones of the United States anyway. So a lot of my friends and people are over there. So I get up a bit early and chat with people. I go to bed. I try to go to bed by 7:30 at night because I'm a party animal. I would not belong very well. I wouldn't go down well in Canton. I'm not the party animal.
No, that's not even first round. Are you kidding me?
No.
Wow.
So I kind of live with a weird double time zone thing. I have done for a couple of years now. And I happen to have 10 days off from my regular work because of Easter, and we have something called Anzac Day here, which is like your Memorial Day to remember returned servicemen. That was yesterday. So we had 10 days off or 9 days off. So I've been lucky enough to be able to be streaming throughout. And so for this weird Twilight Zone timing for me is not too weird. I kind of have jet lag, Michael, but I haven't gone anywhere.
Yeah, I understand that. It's what is it? 14 hours? Is that right? This time of year, it's 14 hours difference. Does that sound right?
I don't know. It's 5 to 4 a.m. right now. So
and it's
whatever
almost,
that time difference is.
Yeah, almost 2 in the afternoon. So we're looking at 14 hours because we're now all on daylight savings time, right? You guys had your own swap there. You don't do it.
No, we're off. No, we do, but it's ended. So actually, for me to be able to stream at 6 Eastern your time is 8 a.m. my time. So like to quote Guarino, like kill me.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Sirens! They heard.
On fire. That is a lot of fire trucks. I've never seen fires, but a lot of fire trucks. Yeah, I love how people chime in and they always have little tidbits like karma. Man, funny, it had a big free Karen Reed sign on the. No, didn't.
Did it? Oh,
no,
Michael.
No. Yeah, Dedham Fire Department, big supporter. Judge Bev and D.A. Morrissey went to Quincy High School together. Well, I mean, this whole area is very either inbred or incestuous, and I don't necessarily mean that in a bad way. I think it's just a fact. It certainly has issues in this case as a result, but generally, you know, a lot of folks, you know, they grow up, they live 3 doors down from their parents, right? In these little communities. Is it in Australia? Do you see that, or are people more vagabonds?
There's a little bit of that, but no, there's more of a gypsy kind of a vibe here. Wow, the sirens today. Uh, I've only ever lived in medium or big or capital cities. And I've lived in 4 different states in my almost 50 years. So
Wow.
I'm not really a good judge. I don't really, I have no roots. I'm a wanderer. But it is very incestuous, and I mean the house that the Alberts 34 Fairview was the family home of the parents' family home, and then so that's interesting in itself that the Alberts, Brian and Nicole Albert, sold the family home, a generational family home, just nah, we were sick
Like,
of that
yeah,
place.
we're over it. We're over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely over it. Yeah, that is odd, and those things will come up, and the jury's going to be left to wonder. And if again they are local and they know the roots and the root structure of those who live here, it's going to make them scratch their heads. And then Chloe being rehomed, all of those things just pile on top of one another. So I think this is going to be a perhaps equal length trial, but put together differently. I think the rebuttal case is going to be much different, and maybe take up maybe as much time as the prosecution's case in chief. So I think we're going to get to the defense case much earlier. What do you think?
I agree. I was actually, when you asked me, and I said Jennifer McCabe, and then my second point was going to be that I'm looking forward to about this trial, if that's the right word, is to see the defense put on, because I think they rested on their laurels last time. I think, like all of us, they were like, this is a shoe-in. How can the jury not see what we've presented? Like it seemed like just a slam dunk last time, and now so they wound back their defense case in chief, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing what they present this time, and I think it'll be a few weeks at least.
I am curious to see what the defense has learned, if anything, from the jury speaking out from trial one. The key issue to me was this belief that they said, well, we didn't necessarily believe the conspiracy theory, right? Well, that's fine, but you don't have to. The defense doesn't have to prove that there was a conspiracy. They don't have to prove it, but they pounded on it so hard that the jury, at least a couple of them, felt like, well, we didn't buy that, so we were conflicted. We didn't know which way to go. So I think they have to do. I think I noticed in Alan Jackson's opening, less framed, and more just handing out weird little details that make you wonder, well, that's weird. Why didn't they look at
breadcrumbs? Breadcrumbs. Yes.
Yeah. So
the Jen McCabe breadcrumb. Yes. Interesting.
Less beating them
Brian
over
Albert.
the head with it, right? And so maybe that's purposeful because they don't want the jury to think it's their burden to prove an alternative theory. It is not. It's those guys. It's the prosecution. They have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Don't put anything on us. And maybe by pounding on it so hard the first time, it was less effective than it might have been. I don't know. It'll be very interesting to see after the fact what the jury thinks of, round two. So,
when Karen is freed.
Well, in my opinion, if prosecution doesn't do any better job than the last time, it's a no-brainer. Remember what they got hung up on, and that was number 2, and that's alcohol-related charge, right? That tells me that's a very important issue in the case. And so the testimony we heard today from the lab rats and the folks who are dealing with blood alcohol content, your point about these jurors of her peers, of Canton, Dedham, Stoughton peers, and this trifecta of little towns, it's going to be so important. How they perceive alcohol consumption that night and the impact, if any, on what happened is this case, in my opinion.
I agree. I agree. We talked about that last night in my community. We went through. I mean, there is a few concerns for me, and I'm not an attorney, but in the lesser included in count 2, which there is room there for interpretation by the jury to find Karen guilty on one of those. Not because I think but there's room for interpretation. So hopefully, in my opinion, the defense needs to really, and I think they will, focus on the body Officer John O'Keefe's body temperature and how far along those hypothermic symptoms or effects were, and also the temperature of his phone, because if they can prove that his body hadn't gone to the core enough or had enough damage on his extremities or whatever to have been out in the cold in the snow really for 5 hours, and if they can also prove that his phone also with that Celebrite stuff, that his phone didn't die, bad choice of words, didn't sort of lose all power because of the cold, then I think they might have a way to get around those lesser includeds and the negligence or the reckless and the drinking and stuff and leaving him there.
Yeah.
Which he's a grown man. He's a grown man. He can leave. We left at a party, for goodness sake. But the jury, I think, according to that Ronnie guy, the juror from the last trial who spoke,
Ronnie Bowtie. Yeah, Ronnie Bowtie.
Him. I mean, he sort of said, she left him there and she was drinking, and so.
Yeah, no, I agree. And if I were prosecuting the case, I would have dumped the top charge right away and just pounded away on the alcohol use and an accident of some sort, not necessarily intentional. Interesting, I thought, give me your take on this, when the prosecution focused on the whole battery temperature, right? And many different points in time. To me, it was to help with their timeline, because their timeline was all screwed up the first time. When they have Jen McCabe, and this will be very interesting to see if she does it again. When she's testifying, she looked out the window at 12:45 and sees the car. We know that it's already connected to the cell site at Meadows Avenue 9 minutes earlier. You got, hello, something's off here. So they could, in effect, contradict their own witness's testimony if they've got something else. And I think this whole battery temperature thing, and I think that it's all tied in there somehow. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but it seemed to be the focus on the battery temperature was a big point in their opening, and I don't know why yet.
Agreed.
So,
and I think it's really important.
And the body temperature makes perfect sense, because if he was hit at 12:30-ish and had been out there 5 hours plus,
he should have been frozen solid.
That's a different. Yeah, that's a different set of numbers than if it had happened after 2:30 when 2:27 Haas long to die in the snow. What do you think about this? And Linda and I have talked about this, and I still can't reconcile it in my own brain. If somebody asks me to Google hypothermia, I probably would spell, probably wrong the first time, but Google would correct me, hypothermia. That's how I would respond to that request. Would you respond to it with how's long to die in the snow?
No, but Michael, we're not Jennifer McCabe. Our brains aren't
she's
wired
processed
like that.
it at a higher level.
And her hands were cold, and Karen wanted her to pray. Come on now. No, I mean, no shade on typos. I speak in typos. So, but no, I think most people would probably type in. Actually, I don't know, man. Maybe I would. I don't think I'd do Hoss, but I don't know.
I would. I mean, maybe even you do. How long can you live in the cold? Right.
So that's exactly, Michael. So the difference is Hoslong to die in cold. The way that's worded suggests we want to know how long it will take for someone to die in cold. If you're wondering to know how long can someone survive being out in the cold, that's a different question. Words matter. So the fact that she didn't say how long can someone survive in the cold over how long till someone's going to die in the cold.
Yep, and so that's two layers of I don't understand, Jen McCabe, the transfer of hypothermia to that question, and why that question doesn't wonder more about survival than death.
Well, there's no question in the latter there, Michael. I think we all know why that didn't ponder on the survival versus.
I'm waiting for the evidence. I'm not jumping to any conclusions. I would love to see the evidence of how she got there, because I just don't get it. I need to have that explained.
She was. So in my opinion, Michael, she was making sure of it. That's why she stalled for an hour, speculating. Don't come for me. Allegedly, that's why she stalled. It was a full hour between when Karen arrived, when she and Jen met up, till when they finally got to 34 Fairview. Like Jennifer McCabe was making sure, like, let's go and check at 1 minute. Are you sure he's not in the house? Nah, man, he's not in the house. Like, gosh, she was making sure that. How long is it going to be till he dies? speculating, my opinion. Uh, how long do they need to wait? Is it going to be long
So
enough?
she's
Is
stalling.
6:30 going to be?
Okay, she's stalling.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do an experiment. Let's see. I only have one hand available because I got this thing. Can you Google "How long to die in the snow"? See what it says.
Me right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want
Yeah.
me to be? You want me to be framed for murder?
Yeah, and
Sure.
then I'm gonna
Let me
send
at
your
it.
information to Scotland Yard or whatever you guys call it there.
Yikes! You
Yeah.
expect typos? I don't have my glasses on.
I'm just curious
Oh, wait,
what the answer was. If the answer
Do you
was,
want
let's say, 3 or 4 hours.
Do you want hustling?
I guess you could because it'll correct it for you.
No, well, I did TI. Hang on, how long to die?
Which was in the second one.
Oh
I
my-
think TI was in the
Yeah.
second one.
How long to die in? Goodness me, the typos are flying.
You have
Okay.
the Linda Kinney Bodden fingernail issue there. Your nails.
No,
are...
I just have I've got my glasses on now. I can see. Okay, so do you want to know what the AI overview says? The amount of time it takes to die from hypothermia, low blood temperature, varies greatly depending on the severity of the cold and the individual's health. In some cases, death can occur within minutes, particularly in extremely cold water or temperatures. Generally, hypothermia can lead to death within a few hours, with the potential for death in under an hour in extremely cold conditions. Cold air. In temperatures around 32 Fahrenheit, 0, so freezing, or below, death can occur in as little as 15 to 45 minutes.
Okay, so with that AI waffling, it can be anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours at the outset. It sounds like a few hours.
It depends. It depends.
Yes, of course. And we know the temperature was at or about 32. I did the checking with the weather stats the first time around because I was curious when the snow really started to pile up, the rate of snowfall. And it wasn't until after 2 o'clock that it really started to come down. But the temperature was pretty consistent the whole time. 29 to 32, somewhere in there. It wasn't like 10 degrees, and you're going to die quicker in 10 degrees than in 29 to 30 degrees. So anyway, if she Googled that, if she actually got a response, because I don't remember anybody talking about the response. Do you?
Never. I don't think she. No. Jennifer McCabe says, I never actually looked. She testified. I never actually looked at what the answer was, which is wild. So what? Because it was so crazy, and because they were praying in the back seat. Jennifer McCabe testified that they never actually got the outcome, the search results, or didn't read them. And based on that waffle, they probably couldn't have understood it anyway. It's a lot of words.
That's true. And again, that's the AI version. I guess if you scroll down, you could find somebody who's done studies, and maybe you'll find a version of Dr. Fowler who can get deep into it for you. But my point in looking for it was just to see if somebody was looking for that information. What would they do with it? How would it impact their actions after the fact? Was she stalling? Did she try to buy herself more time to make sure that he had died in the cold? I don't know.
So even that verbiage, if I Googled hypothermia instead, I wonder how long can someone survive in the cold? Because at 6:30, wouldn't you be thinking at 6:30, oh my goodness, how long could he have possibly lived? Has John got a chance of living at this point at 6:30 in the morning? But no, at 2:27, how long do we have to wait till he's...
Yes, and of course we're discounting her argument that that's when she opened a tab for some sort of sports results. So I'm just explaining that's where we are. That's how we get to that. She, of course, says it happened almost 3 hours later. But it still is a very morbid way to find out some information. Instead of he's been out in the cold this long. Oh my God, is he still alive? How long can he live out there? No, how long till he dies? What's it look like?
Words matter.
And again, I noticed AI put the word hypothermia into the response, right?
It did.
Yeah, as you were reading. That's interesting. Okay. Because hypothermia, you can survive hypothermia. It's a condition.
Yes.
Right? And it could lead to death, but not always. You can have hypothermia and survive from that.
But the AI was telling me how long it will take you to die in the cold because that's what I asked.
Yeah. But it threw in hypothermia because that's a term that helped answer the question for you. It's not like it's not synonymous with dying in the cold. It just helps answer the question.
I mean, it might feel like you're dying of cold when it's really cold and painful, but that's different.
Yes. Okay. I'm glad we resolved that. So let me get a hold of Mr. Jackson. Tell him we figured that part out for him. He could work with that. Got it. Okay, what else are you hearing down under that might be of curiosity, interest to your folks? Or what are the hot topics
about this trial?
Yeah.
I think there's I mean, a lot of my community are actually from the States, but also a lot of Aussies, although they're probably all asleep right now. I think
hope so.
everybody's, there's a lot of trepidation. There's a lot of like hand wringing of like, there's a lot riding on this. There was a lot last time, obviously, and we all thought it was a slam dunk. Well, most people at the end of the first trial. And so I think there's a lot of anxiety and concern for this to be, for the defense to, like, no pressure, dream team, but you got to get this right. So I think that's the main vibe. I'm equal parts trying to calm everybody down a little bit, like, come on now, but also like, man, this is serious. I don't know if I'm helping.
Yeah. And we always say jurors do what jurors are going to do. You can't really predict anything. What we see, what we interpret, what we think is the right result doesn't mean a damn thing. And I always just use the OJ case as my prime example.
In Casey Anthony.
Yeah. So you never know. You just don't know what a jury is going to do. I have to say, I'd be shocked if there was a guilty on anything, but I could see hung. I could clearly see hung again.
So, Michael, if there is a hung jury, what are your predictions? Do you think the Commonwealth will go again?
Well, Morrissey's
Very
up
costly
for
for the
re-election, I think, next year, and he does have some serious competition, apparently. So that's, ultimately the decision comes down from the DA, and if he's still in power, I would probably say, yeah, they'll give it another go. That'd be my guess. But I stopped giving them any sort of credit, because when this thing ended the first time, I thought a rational, well-reasoned professional, an attorney who's got the experience folks involved here do, would have said, look, we even got jurors reaching out to us saying that we came to a conclusion on 1 and 3. We don't even have to believe what the defense is offering. They reached out to us. I would take that as a pretty good indication that we got a shit case on counts 1 and 3. So let's pursue count 2. Maybe we can get a deal. Maybe we don't have to go to trial on that count, and we can wrap this up, have some level of justice for Officer John O'Keefe, although, in my opinion, that'll never happen because they just did such a horrible job. We'll never know. We'll never know what really happened, which is sad. But that's what I think a reasonable prosecutor and his office would do. But that's out the window.
Yes. Well, I mean, we're just going to try and send as many positive, critical thinking vibes to the jury to keep their minds open, to keep their propensity to being tampered with by any external forces at bay, and just to keep their minds open, and the theme of wait for us of the first trial. They didn't go with that theme this time, their defense, but hopefully they'll keep their minds open and their thoughts, their deliberations at bay until the end.
And hopefully less interference by the court in terms of picking and choosing alternates and who goes and who stays, and that we never even got into.
Right,
that.
Michael.
That is a huge issue.
Huge,
that
very
kind of
suspicious.
Is a problem. So
very, very, very suspicious. There was only 2 balls in that barrel, by the way. There was no other numbers, and they didn't show us what the numbers were. Don't even get me started.
That and the whole juror at the bar talking and only being, that conversation only being supported by one of the troopers. I mean, it's just
Fanning.
sad to be going to those lengths, if that's what's happening, to fix a jury, to come up with a verdict that you think is appropriate. It's just wrong. So that is not doing the right thing, which I'm kind of in favor of. So
same.
All righty. Well, I'm going to let you go, and now your sleep cycle is all screwed up. So you'll be fine. So let's see. Today's Friday, so you're back at it on Monday, but you have a normal weekend.
Today's now early Saturday morning here, and I'll be live streaming again tonight your time, later this morning my time, and tomorrow as well. So
no, wait, and then wait, it's Saturday morning, right? Oh, Sunday morning because it's Saturday. I got it. I'm with you. Because we're past midnight
Yes.
Saturday, so it's Sunday. I'm with you. Okay, got it.
No, it's Saturday now, and then tomorrow will be Sunday. It's don't worry, it confuses me, and I've been doing this for years. So
Did I lose you? Did you freeze up? Are you back? Are you back?
No, we
you
both
froze up. Okay,
we
so
both froze on my end. You froze. Yes.
tell us
But
when.
thank you for having me.
Oh, of course. When's the next Miss Shorty presentation so we can?
Oh, 6 o'clock tonight, Eastern, your time. And then we're doing a fun one at 8. And then tomorrow at so Saturday night at 7. And then I'm not back on until next Friday, Saturday night, your time, for Camp Shorty every Friday, Saturday night.
You're back to your normal schedule after
Yes,
that.
yes.
Do you say schedule there or schedule?
I say schedule, but I'm not the person to ask how to pronounce things. If you ask any of my shorties, I have some quirks.
Well, in the UK, they would definitely be saying schedule. So I never know how much from the UK Australians borrowed, because there's quite a bit of overlap.
There is.
Yeah.
I'm a law unto myself in terms of pronunciation, Michael. Yeah. I have a few funny ones, but anyway.
Okay, I'm all right with that. Well, thank you so much. It's always fun, and I'm glad we got a chance to chat and bat this thing around. Let's do it again before it ends.
Sounds great. I'd love to. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mod.
We'll drag Linda Kinney Bodden into the mix. We'll see you next time, Miss Shorty.
All right. Thank you. I'll take myself off the stage. Good night.
Take care. Oh, I cut her off before she cut herself off. Okay, so they're done for the day. I'm sure you heard that. It means we're done for the week. Next week is going to be fiery because the ARCA witnesses are coming in really to defend themselves. That's kind of how I see it. And one of our chatters asked, are they going to have attorneys? Technically, I'm not sure they have anything to worry about, but I would, knowing what's been happening in this case, knowing the suspicion that has been cast their way by the court in this case. Because let's face it, if Judge C thinks something inappropriate happened between the ARCA experts and the defense, she's kind of implicating the ARCA experts as well. So yeah, get counsel and have them in there in the courtroom as you're doing your thing on the stand. So they'll call them to the witness stand. There will be first voir dire by the defense because they're technically their witnesses, and then there'll be cross-examination. And who knows to what degree Judge C is going to get involved in that voir dire. She, I'm sure, has her very own, very specific questions focusing around these 90-some texts that have disappeared into the ether. So I don't know. How long do you keep your texts? That's a question. So that's going to do it from Dedham. Michael Bryant here. I don't think we'll reconvene tonight. I'm going to give you the night off because we've kind of covered everything that could possibly be covered. Obviously, you can watch this on the replay if you didn't get a chance to catch Miss Shorty, who is amazing, and the dedication she puts into her show and to this case, and by extension to what we do here, Justice Serve TV. We could not be more appreciative. So thanks again to Missy and Dizzy, as always. We will see you next time from somewhere covering the Karen Reed case. Once again, Michael Bryant. And until next time, try to do the right thing.
Just